Welcome to the final project discussion and graduation ceremony of the Emory class of 2018-2020 at UNIMIB. It's my honor and my pleasure to act as a master of ceremonies of this today's event. We developed Emory as a dedicated master's program tailored to the specific needs of research infrastructure. Its implementation is actually recognized as an important milestone towards establishing a formal career path in research infrastructure management and fostering the general attractiveness of careers in the research infrastructure domain. Today, we acknowledge and celebrate the several hours of hard work, dedication, sacrifice, and determination by all of you, candidates to the master. And I will also take the moment to thank the UNIMIB faculty members, the visiting faculty, the university staff members involved in the program, who all have contributed to the success and the effective delivery of this program. It's truly a great regret not to have all of you here with us. Our program today includes 4 sessions, 2 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. In each session, 3 candidates or group of candidates will present their project. We have allocated 15 minutes for the presentation and 15 minutes for the discussion with the advisor and the commission. I recommend you to stay on time. Tomorrow morning, we will have 2 additional sessions for the discussion of the field project and finally the graduation ceremony starting at 12:15 sharp. So without any further delay, let's begin our program. But before starting, dear Rico, please join me in welcoming the class of the Executive Master in Management of Research Infrastructure. Please, Enrico.
Welcome to everybody. Good morning. I think there is an echo. What happened? Good morning to everybody. Welcome to this session. I'm very happy to stay here with you, even if we are virtually connected. I want just to show you some of the last year graduation of first intake. Some of them I see they are here. Also, I see Ingrid. I see another one. I see other people connected, and unfortunately this is not possible, but we expect to have another very connected in presence event next year, hopefully as soon as possible. So we share this moment with you, and also we expect to have this again also with the second intake. Anyhow, life must go on, and so we decided, as you know, to hold this session in presence in June, but then it was postponed in September, and again it was being postponed now in December. Hopefully, initially I thought that this would be in presence event, but of course the pandemic has changed a lot of times our plans. But now we decided to any case to complete our program, and for you especially. And so this is why we are doing this virtually. Of course, the experience that the face-to-face event cannot be fully replicated in an online event. So we will try to do our best for taking and having this event the best for you and for the entire class. So I think it's time to start. We have. It's my pleasure also to welcome all the faculty connected here, colleague from Bongini, Magli, Rossolini, and Marcus Pasterk. Marcus will act as a chair of this session. And so I ask you to stay here. The discussion is also, of course, open to all of you. So when we have 15 minutes after the presentation discussion, the floor is also open to questions from the floor, from colleagues, apart from the commission and the advisor as well. So feel free to make comments, questions, and because this is we have a very interesting field project with very interesting results. Sorry? I see session 1. You see session 1?
Yes.
We see it. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Please, Marcus, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Maria Luisa and Enrico. Very heartful welcome and good morning also from my side. It's my privilege to chair the first session. All three candidates have built their work along sustainability and business planning. We will start with Paola Materia, who was project manager and is currently program officer of EMSO ERIC. It's a rather young research infrastructure, excuse me, compared to some of the more senior, more older ones. And her field project was along long-term sustainability of research infrastructure, strategy execution, and financial management framework in a distributed research infrastructure, the EMSO ERIC case study. Paola, the floor is yours.
Yes, then thank you very much, Marcus, and good morning to everybody. I have the honor to be the first to discuss my field project, and also in a way the challenging task of breaking the ice in these 2 days. So first of all, I would like to spend some words to thank all the people that supported me in this journey, the director and the coordinator of the program, Professor Lavitrano and Professor Guarini, all the professors that I've met in these two years, and in particular my advisor, Professor Monica Rossolini, for all her precious support in building this field project. I also would like to thank you, my Director General in EMSO ERIC, and my colleague Maria, that will follow my discussion as we did this journey together in these 2 years. So my field project, it's about building a framework to connect strategy execution and financial management, and is framed in the long-term sustainability of research infrastructure, and in particular in the effective management. I've started from, you can see my presentation, my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh. So I started from the EMSO ERIC challenges that we are facing in this moment concerning effective management. So structuring the whole life cycle of strategic management, translating the strategic objectives into strategic initiatives to achieve them, aligning the strategy part to the financial part, the funding, and in this supporting the decision making from our shareholders, our members, optimizing the resources that we already have, and integrating the nodes. These are challenges that we are facing all together in EMSO, and that are used in my field project and also in Maria's field project, and looking at these from different perspectives. So in my field project, in my role as program officer in the Central Management Office of EMSO, I'm working on integrating under one framework, strategy execution and financial management, integrating all the different components and the revenues to achieve the strategic objectives, and also working on some financial scenarios to make the research infrastructure sustainable. Sorry, it's not moving. 1 second. Okay. So the result is this framework which connects strategy execution and financial management. They converge both in the work program in EMSO-ERIC. The two systems, of course, talk one to the other, as strategy execution contains some elements of financial management, and financial management contains some information about strategy execution. And of course, they influence one to the other, so they are tightly connected and managed in a unique framework. Let me spend some words on the positioning of the work program into the EMSO-ERIC strategic organizational context. So the strategic plan is detailing the vision, the mission, and the strategic objectives that we want to achieve in an expected time frame. And the work program is built on these strategic objectives, identifying the strategic initiatives and managing all the components as a portfolio, managing both the programs and the projects, so the part related to the development and the ongoing operation. This optimizing the resources that we have. And we follow international standards for portfolio management to achieve this. Some words about the context to understand how the strategic framework is built. So the first is the EMSO life cycle, because we are at the end of the implementation phase and we have to be fully operational by 2022. So the strategy execution that I've built using EMSO-ERIC as a use case is covering 5 years. The first 2 years concentrated on the development, and the next 3 years concentrated more on the operation. And the second important asset of the work program is the management by objective system, which is adopted in EMSO-ERIC and proposed by my colleague Maria. And this connects under the objectives coming from EMSO mission to EMSO-ERIC bodies. From one side, we have the service group that have a service function in EMSO. And from the other side, we have the corresponding officer in the Central Management Office, and they are working together to achieve the same objectives. This is reflected in the strategic execution framework, and I'm showing this now. So this is a part of the framework where we have the organizational objectives coming from the strategy. Here you can see the management by objective system in practice. So we have different EMSO-ERIC bodies. From one side, we have the service group. From the other side, we have the Central Management Office working together under the same strategic initiative and towards the same objective. Then these strategic objectives are detailed in strategic initiatives, and the strategic initiatives are detailed in target activities. And each strategic initiative have an expected results. They are managed as a portfolio, so merging and optimizing or harmonizing all the activities towards the achievement of the objective. and incorporating also the grant part in this. So the grants are tightly connected with the strategy, both in terms of resource and also the resources are, of course, incorporated. The last part is the collaboration framework, where we can see how the different hemispheric bodies collaborate together, and this is then reflected in the human resources part of the financial framework. So last slide on the strategy execution framework is to show you how the different phases are visualized. Also, from one side, we have this development phase that I've mentioned that will close in 2022. And then the operational phase that will start in 2023. And you can see for each strategic initiative the different phases. Then we have the financial management framework, and this part was really challenging for me to build, and I thank again my advisor for her support. So the framework is composed by two parts. From one side, we have the expenditure. From the other side, we have the revenues. The expenditures are mainly concerned with the human resources. And this is why in Amstrike, the human resources has a great impact because all our activities within our service groups are managed with human resources provided by in-kind contribution by the members. So this part, I really dedicate a lot of time to build this part. And then we have the other expenditures and the total cost. So you're not supposed to read this, of course, it's very small, but just to show the different parts as an overview. Here you have the program. Here you have an overview of all the full-time equivalent and costs. And here you have the allocation to the different bodies. And this is really important. I've made a zoom. Because for each strategic initiative, the system allow you to see the allocation to the different bodies. And of course, this information then are very useful for the work that Maria will shortly present to you, because it is possible to see what are the costs for each strategic objective. And this part, which is the other side, is very useful for us to negotiate the contribution of the different members and of the different nodes that we have in EMSO. All this information then are channeled to our service level agreement with our regional facilities. And this is part of the negotiation that the system could support. Then the system allows to visualize both in terms of strategic objective and unit, which are the human resources, and also to make some summary about at unit level. And this is again very useful for us to negotiate the contribution of the different nodes. The expenditure is built at the same with the same features. So we have the program, the total expenditures, and a time phase allocation of all the expenditures. So we are able to identify in for each year which are the costs. And this is again the summary, the same approach for strategic objective and for MSRIC unit. And this is the summary of all this work. So on the top, there is a time phase summary by unit, and on the bottom some details about the full-time equivalent, salaries and running costs. Then from the revenue side, I concentrated my work on the revenues which are active now in EMSO, which are the grants and the membership contribution in terms of in-kind and monetary contribution. Based on this, I built some scenarios working only on the revenue side. And this is due to the fact that EMSO is now planning an additional investment to be fully operational by 2022. So I used this field project to test some data that we are, some financial requests that we are now discussing with the Assembly of Members. And these scenarios then go to the financial plan, which is in the form of a pro forma profit and loss account. So very fast, how the grant part is built. We have the grant data, the budget, the reported cost, then a projection at the end of the year, what is remaining, and this part is then allocated in the different year of the grants to have a time phase funding plan. This is an overview of all the revenues. So we have the membership, the member monetary contribution, the in-kind, and the grants. And on these, different scenarios are built. So the worst case scenario is the actual situation in EMSO. I use this. I haven't increased any revenue in this. The second and the third, I incorporated in the second more. Increase more the membership monetary contribution, and in the third one it's more balanced between membership contribution and in kind. Of course, in the second and the third, I also made some projection for the grants to increase the revenues also coming from the grants. I haven't incorporated in this phase any additional revenue that could come from the services. And this could happen from the third year, and the system would allow to this to build different scenario, but I concentrated only on this one in this project. So this scenario then are detailed in a financial plan, as I said, in the form of a pro forma profit and loss account. In the first one, of course, the EBITDA is negative, so because it's just the actual situation. In the second and in the third scenario, the EBITDA is zero, and so all the revenue and the operating costs are equal. Of course, beside the work that I've done in this field project, I will arrive to a complete financial plan incorporating the working capital, the investment, and the disinvestor. And this will be done outside the field project. All the strategy execution and the financial part is summarized in this matrix, which is composed by the first part is the strategy. So we have the strategic objective and the strategic initiatives, a time phase budget for the 5 years, the funding sources, which are split in the different strategic initiatives. So we have the membership, monetary and in-kind contribution, and the grants. And this is very useful to clearly show where the contributions are channeled So this could be very important to visualize just in one place. And then the last part is the funding gap. So what is missing to cover the expenditure that we identified? Because of course, to build this funding matrix, I use the first scenario, which is the worst case, and the actual situation. That's why we have a funding gap. And of course, you can play with this system, working on the strategy part, the strategy execution, or on the financial plan to make the research infrastructure sustainable and the program sustainable and achievable. Very fast, the next step, of course, this strategy and financial framework need to be adopted by MSRIC. We'll propose within this field project, and we plan with my colleague Maria to further develop this to facilitate the interaction with the system that my colleague is building, which is an integrated control model, and also to further develop this system with a portfolio selection and optimization framework, which work more on prioritizing the strategic initiatives in case of limited resources. That is the case in the majority of our research infrastructures. This system is useful to of course, negotiate the contribution of the members to build the program and to stay focused on the achievement of the strategic objectives. So I concluded, I was very, very fast to keep within the 15 minutes.
You already had 17 minutes.
Okay. 2 minutes more. And okay, I concluded my presentation. I stopped my
Perfect.
okay.
Well, thank you very much, Paola, for this presentation and for your field work. I think what you have shown us is a very sophisticated system, bringing strategy and execution in harmony. To start with the questions, I have two. The first one, you have shown us that there is substantial in-kind contribution in your system. My question here was, is it on personnel only, or is in-kind contributed also in terms of services and infrastructure? And the second question, along that, if it was also infrastructure or services, how have you evaluated the value of that in-kind contribution?
Okay. Now, what I incorporated are just human resources, because, as I said, our service group and also the executive committee, the work that they are undertaking in MSWIC and contributing to the program, it's 99% from human resources. That's why we at this stage we only incorporated human resources as in kind. Of course, we plan to incorporate other in kind in terms of infrastructures, but this will come later as we are now consolidating our services and building our model for service deployment.
Thank you, Paul. Are there other questions?
Yes, it's Paola Bongini. If I may, I have a question close to that of Marcus. Human resources are a crucial, let me also open my screen, a crucial input of your plan is, if I understood well, are they already present in the research infrastructure, or are you thinking to do some recruitment of these crucial or strategic competencies? And in this second case, so you need to recruit new personnel, have you considered the possibility of not finding the right competencies, or in case you can find them, they come to a higher cost than expected, than planned in your plan?
Yeah. Yes, in my plan, we have to negotiate the human resources, both from the side of our members, because of course these costs are not secure yet. And this is connected on how we secure the in-kind from the members in EMSO, because the program needs to be officially approved by our assembly of members to secure the in-kind. And then this in-kind has to be, again, approved at note level with the service level agreement. So this in-kind is not secured. And also we plan in the central management office to hire some people, and this is part of the investment that we are asking, and the DG is negotiating with our assembly of members. And so we have built this. I have built this system, applying all the financial information, also in terms of cost of personnel that the DG is asking to the assembly of member. Of course, there could be some deviation, and because we are working on a budget, and we are aware that there could be some deviation on what we plan in this phase.
Thank you.
Other questions from the Commission or from the audience?
Congratulations, Paola. Enrico, we're speaking. This seems to me a very interesting project with very interesting results. I see also here the Director General of EMSO, Mr. Juan José Donobecha. Welcome. And I think this is also a clear example of how the participation in this program could benefit for the employer as well, for the infrastructure as well. EMSO, Eric, is a very young infrastructure, which is recently in the operation phases. So I think that your financial management framework is very interesting and useful, not only for the operation phases, but also for the preparatory phases for other infrastructure in the S3 roadmap, which can use this model that you have developed in your infrastructure in order to prepare all the variables and the conditions for moving it to the next stage. So I think it's very, very interesting the way in which you have connected the financial with the strategic issues, and this is very interesting. But also this framework gives you the infrastructure the opportunity to monitor, and so this is a manage control system at the same time, because it can be used to connect, to link objectives and implementation with nodes, and also with financial money as well. But it's very interesting if you also monitor the executions of strategic objectives as well. And it is very interesting for how the way you have developed this management tool for the operations and the strategic connection with the I would say all the nodes, but also with different institutions connected to it. So my very congratulations. So be prepared to present also this model in the next EMRI programs and the current program as well, because it's very, very interesting. I think also you need to publish these results and share these results with the community of research infrastructure as well, because this is very interesting.
Thank you very much, Enrico. And this is part of the work that we are doing in our office in the sustainability strategy unit with Maria, because the plan is to integrate this system I've developed in Emory and the system that also Maria will shortly present in one unique framework. And thank you very much.
I'm not sure Mr. Juanco want to add something as Director General. I see he's online. Juanco, no?
Sorry, I am at same time in another meeting, so I just simply listen and
oceanography to ecology and microbiology.
Fine to me. I am in another meeting now.
Another meeting.
It was open the mic. Okay. I think if there are any questions from the field, from colleagues.
I have one final question, Paula. The system you have shown us, was that self-constructed and programmed, or did you use a commercial system?
Can you repeat, Marcus? I haven't catch any some words.
You showed us, in the system you showed us, was that system developed by yourself and programmed? Or were you using a commercial program to fill with the data?
No. It's all in-house developed. So it's a work, of course, that we started at the beginning of the implementation phase of EMSO 2 years ago. But we'd only, which was developed really in this field project, adding the strong part of the financial management, and also developing the strategy execution, connecting more with the financial part. So it's an in-house product.
Oh, I think it's Excel based, right?
Yes, it's an Excel.
It looks really professional. Congratulations from that. And as Nico said, many distributed research infrastructures are hesitant in integrating their national node financial figures, and you showed that it is possible, and very nicely possible. And I think that really can serve as a very good case also in the future for other distributed research infrastructures. So also from my side, congratulations for that very, very nice work.
Thank you very much.
This is Maria Luisa speaking. Really congratulations also from my side. My comment is that since the very beginning, this was also my, personal battle, how to make, especially policymakers, understand that in distributed research infrastructure, the national nodes are part of the research infrastructure, also financially. Not only for the operational part. And therefore, it's very important the work that you have done. National nodes are part of are at the core of the research infrastructure. They are not something else. Therefore, really, thank you for your work, because it's a milestone in this field. Thank you very much, Paola. Very good work.
Thank you, Maria Luisa, for your words.
Okay, if there are no other questions, I think we're good in time. Switch to Maria Fredella. Maria Fredella is also working with EMSO ERIC as a project manager currently, and she will focus on the relationship between governance, strategy, and measurement of value creation in EMSO ERIC integrated control model. Maria, the floor is yours.
Sorry. Oh. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Can you
now.
see my screen?
Yep. If you start the presentation, perfect.
I did. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, Marta.
Okay. Okay. So, good morning to everybody. I'm going to present my work, and my master's project was outlines a methodology to generate and also assess the value creation capability in EMSO-ERIC. Okay, EMSO-ERIC is a distributed research infrastructure and based on an integrated system of observatories devoted to the deep ocean observation. Before going on, I'd like to context the work I carried out. And first, we have to say that EMSO-ERIC is now in a key phase. 2020, this year, have seen the end of the construction phase of the research infrastructure in terms of governance and service provision. And this brings us to the new phase, which is the fully operational one, which is foreseen for the 2022. In this transition phase, we have to face with some issue related to the growth of the research infrastructure. We see to the consortium from the enterprise point of view. So first of all, we have to be sure that EMSO-ERIC can in some from the sustainability point of view, can satisfy the autonomy principle. Then we need to strengthen the link between EMSO-ERIC and these regional facilities. And then we have to consolidate governance, and to do this and processes. Of course, an effective decision making needs a reporting system. And we decide to set up, we chose as a tool to set up this reporting system, we decide to use the KPIs because they are quickly, they give a quick picture of research infrastructure, they are easy to use, to understand, and they are immediate. So what we did before setting up this monitoring system, we contacted some of my former colleagues to the Department of Economy in academia to have an external perspective. That was more than 2 years ago. Then we joined the master. And my colleagues confirm us that KPIs make sense only if you use them in a frame of reference. So we set up all together with Paola and with this colleague a risk governance model, which is a very complex model in which we are going to align the three main tools for the management control, risk management, and the internal audit to help the research infrastructure in achieving its goal. And setting up the KPIs is something that we discovered is not, or the monitoring system is something that we discovered is not so immediate. And this discovery was the starting point for the work I'm going to present today for my field project. So, sorry. Okay. Make real the strategy, implement a strategy is one of the main challenges the organization has to face. And to do this, we frame the strategy of research infrastructure in a four-perspective tool developed by Kaplan and Norton, which is the balance scorecard. Indeed, to do this, we mobilized a change, a structural change within EMSO-ERIC. In particular, we frame our organization of the Central Management Office, and we structure this office following the management by objective concept. Moreover, all these help us in setting up a strategy-focused organization. Moreover, we structured the strategy of EMSO-ERIC in a logical architecture supported by the balance scorecard. Making the balance scorecard at the heart of the management control of the management of the organization means also set up a link between the strategy and budget. All this, as already Paola presented, it is important link the strategy with the action we are doing, and also with the planned expenditure related to the achievement of the objectives. So the system supports us in having a smart information system, but also to make robust the accounting procedures. I want to say that there are two main differences between the classical original balance scorecard proposed by Kaplan and Norton and the one I'm going to present. The first is that we have 5 perspectives. The fifth is coming from the extraction of the stakeholders' perspectives and refers to the public policies. We will see later why this is important to exploit the potential of a distributed research in infrastructure. Then there is another point, and this point is that research infrastructure are public investment and are no-profit organization. So our activities are focused not in giving a return of investment in terms of net income, but in terms of success, the overall mission. This is the reason why I moved the financial perspective from the top to the bottom of the balance scorecard, because this is important to stress that the good management of financial part of research infrastructure is the basis of research infrastructure and the basis for our action and making our strategy effective. So we are going to analyze, to look at how the financial part is managed and the governance also are managing this investment, but mainly to align which the needs of research infrastructure are, and make this information available for this decision making. Here, I want just to quickly go through some financial. I will going to present 3 main family of indicators we defined, which are the grants part, in-kind contribution, and main financial indicators. The main financial indicators are important to assess the health of research infrastructure. For instance, the revenue against the operating cost give us information about the positive trend of growth of the research infrastructure, and it also is about this capability to break even. All these information are complement, because the total assets on the total liability give us information about how our organization is able to face the short-term commitment. All these financial indicators shows more or less in the different perspective scan, in different perspective the health of our research infrastructure. But the J4.4 give us also an additional information about the nature of resources I'm going to use, and in this particular case, in terms of staff growth, potential growth of the organization. Another family of KPIs we are going to go through are those collected to the grants. These are KPIs related to the management rather than the financial, but they give us information and suggest also the financial suggestion also for the financial part. We can see how the first indicators give us information about the capacity, ability of our research infrastructure to attract external funds, and also indirectly give us information about the reputation of research infrastructure. So we can monitoring in the time. An important thing is that all the KPIs, mainly the grants one, and the other we are going to implement, are working properly. If you look at in their evolution, in the evolution of the organization, they give you a picture, but they give you a picture of the growth of the organization. And yes, just to continue, we can see in the second indicator how the grants we are going to gain are able to also cover the expenses for the different function of our research infrastructure, and also cover personal costs. The third one gives us an important information about the how can I say, the dependence of research infrastructure of an organization from the grants. And also there is the last one, which gives us a supportive information about the nature of the resources. All these indicators works together with the other one, which is about the in-kind contribution. It gives us important information about the nature of the resources available to the organization to run their operations. I want just to spend 1 minute in this last in-kind contribution indicator, which is the J3.2, and to show you how a KPI is able, or indicator is able to give a picture and to record also the story of the evolution of research infrastructure. As I already said, 22 marks the end of the implementation phase of EMSO-ERIC. In particular, the implementation project EMSO-LINK ended, and with this end, there was the signature of a service level agreement between EMSO-ERIC and the owners of our regional facilities. These indicators give us information about the contribution from different countries, and we can see how this evolution, how this story is recorded here. Then the integrated trend analysis of KPIs, in this case of financial and management governance KPIs, facilitated the assessment of the organization health and also support us in identify eventually gaps and also solution, and also in assess the feasibility of the planned actions. We saw how the integrated lecture of these indicators can give us information, important information. For instance, here what we said is the need for EMSO-ERIC to access to other sources of financing. And this gives EMSO the opportunity in this critical phase of to rethinking its financial model. So we need to diversify our resources, because as we saw, we are linked to the grants and also to the in-kind contribution. But this gives us also a stimulus to design a more varied strategic plan. We are in the new phase, and we are in the phase in which we are setting up the new strategic plan for EMSO-ERIC. So this stimulus is also for our creativity. How can we support EMSO-ERIC in diversify is, let me say, market is not the right word, but to attract. How can we support them so to attract more stakeholders and alternative source of revenues? Then the analysis of all these KPIs confirm us the necessity for EMSO-ERIC to implement this important principle, which is the principle of the autonomy, and also give us information about the needs of EMSO in this critical phase to access more funding, also to support this operational setup. This need give us also the opportunity of represent for us also an opportunity to develop a relationship between the research infrastructure and the region in which our regional facilities are rooted. And also in co-design a synergic growth between the three actors, which are the research infrastructure, our nodes, and also the region in which they are acting. So we can imagine what we thought is that we can imagine the research infrastructure as a tool, as a mechanism that is able to generate innovation. How? We know that the research infrastructure generate new knowledge and facilitate the sharing of this new knowledge, and also allow the knowledge and technology transfer to the society in a way that resembles the 5 helix model for the innovation. And we propose this as a value creation chain for the research infrastructure. I have to stress also on the fact that some kind of European funds and, for instance, structural funds like smart specialization strategy are setting up on the 4 helix model for the innovation. So there is an overlap of the two models that will facilitate the synergy to create a synergy between EMSO-ERIC and the region in which our facilities are rooted. So the linkage between the regional facilities and the EMSO-ERIC hub is the key to help the research infrastructure to develop this potential to generate innovation. We think that we can co-design a strategy with the region and also with the regional facility, starting from a capability model we created in EMSO-ERIC, and also analyzing the demand from the public and analyzing all the frame to make effective our action to contribute to the territorial growth. To sum up, what we confirmed with this work is that the monitoring system, in particular KPI, are dynamic tools in supporting all the needs of our research infrastructure, and they allow us not only to monitoring activities, but informing decision-making, supporting decision-making, contributing to the strategy definition and execution, and also driving solution. All this is aimed to be more effective and to allow us to be impactful on our society. And thank you for your attention. And I want just to say thank you to Director General Juan Codano Bezia, my tutor Enrico Guarini, and the professors Massimo Squillante and Roberto Iannelli that set up this frame with this risk model framework with us. And also my colleague Paola Materia, that works with me in set up all this work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you for presenting the results of your fieldwork. Before I give the floor to the Commission and others for questions, just let me say that I have very much enjoyed your presentation, especially on the fact that your research infrastructure has integrated a KPI on finance and governance, which is very rarely seen with other research infrastructures. So congratulations on integrating that kind of KPIs into your system. So the floor is open for questions.
Maria, I have a question for you.
First question.
I have a question for you, Maria.
Yes.
I think also, as you've seen, these projects are interconnected, and Maria has developed the performance part of the overall framework that has been developed jointly in parallel by Paola Materia and Maria. I think also, I see your model very interesting in terms of managerial tool to monitor the strategy, develop KPI, use the balance scorecard as a tool to frame the different perspectives which are relevant for monitoring the implementation of the strategy. And I think one of the dimensions that you have identified, the public policy, and especially the fact that you are using this part in order to develop some specific indicators or involve local stakeholders in which nodes of the RI are located in different countries, especially using the smart specialization strategy and fund, is very interesting, because this could develop and improve one of the weaknesses that I see in the disalignment between the strategy at the national level for research infrastructure and funding and the funding of the hub level as well. So I think if you are able to use this part of the balance scorecard to involve local stakeholder in different countries, I think this is very promising. My question is, this is of course internal management tools, which can be also used to disclose reporting outside. So my question is, what is your strategy in involving the nodes in sharing this tool and the indicator as well? Because at the moment it seems that you have done this internally. Mm-hmm. But you need also to move forward and define a strategy for sharing this tool with all the stakeholders within the infrastructure as well.
Yes, there are two levels of discussion in this. The first one is about setting up a monitoring system to see how this strategy works. And the second part is about the moving from the performance perspective to the impact perspective. So we have to set up two kind of KPIs or impact indicators. It depends on what you want to say, to who you want to say. So the level is always the same. Be effective. What our regional nodes need are mainly be able to operate, to do research. So if you co-design a strategy to be effective to locally, and the key is co-design. To be effective locally, yes, I went quickly through the slide and I didn't stress on that. The most important thing and the key for making this system working is the bottom-up, is the co-design, is see the perspective in different perspectives which are not necessarily called balanced scorecard perspective, but is the perspective of people is that is working on that. So co-designing a strategy, it means involve people inside, it means generate value for research infrastructure and for our regional facilities. When they see that they have money, they are value, they can work, they can pay researchers. So it means that we are working properly. It means that we are effective. So we can say that our KPIs, we can call them impact indicators. It depends on which perspective you are looking at, the efficiency or the stakeholders' perspectives. So setting up together the indicators, a set of indicators, monitoring activities. As Paula already presented, the two tools are already linked. They were set up together. So the mechanism is always the same. Making our action effective.
Thank you. This is much of the process that is going to start, and this is much of the success of the tools related.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question, Marcus. Sorry.
Please, Francesca.
Okay. In your opinion, Maria, what were the most relevant KPI that you analyzed that helped you to create this long-term sustainability in EMS? So identify, create so this long-term sustainability.
Good question, Francesca. In my opinion, it's difficult to answer to this because, in my opinion, there is not one set of KPI that can say, okay, this is important. No, because all these give us a picture of, in different perspective of the RF of our research infrastructure. For instance, if I want to say, if I want to know, if I want to inform decision making about the healthy of my research infrastructure, and the financial management of my research infrastructure, I will go with my assembly of members with the first set of KPIs and showing how my growth is following a positive trends. If I need to demonstrate, or I want to stress the importance for research infrastructure in diversificate my resources, I'd like to stress of the joint analysis between the second and the third family of KPIs to say, well, we are good in attracting funds, external funds, but wait a moment, what happens if, I don't know, I don't want to think another pandemic or another epidemic or something, and the financial part from the grants will stop. I have to be self-sustained. I have to run with myself. So I have to create a new strategy. So if I need to stress on these needs of research infrastructure, I will focus maybe more on the second and third set of KPIs. It depends on, this is my opinion that comes from my experience in the last 2 years.
Okay, thank you.
I think you could also frame it that it is absolutely important to have a bigger number of performance indicators. They could be several dozens, but you will choose as performance indicators a very limited number, and those are the ones which are those where you can measure the best the performance of the organization, and that will be the basis for the review or for the evaluation of the organization. So you have a lot of performance indicators, data to monitor, but you will choose a very limited number of really key performance indicators out of the bigger number. Okay, maybe one final question.
I don't know if Juanjo wants to say something. Juanjo, Director Enzo.
Can you hear me or not?
Yes, Juanjo. Welcome. Please.
I'm very sorry about the first time. I am attending 2 meetings at the same time, which is a little bit of a complication. I don't know in which KPI I should include this, but it's difficult. Well, thank you very much for this opportunity. As you know, in EMSO-ERIC, we strongly promote our personnel, and the proof is we have 2 of our key personnel in following this fantastic course and with this excellent graduation. And one thing is we have a dream, and I am connected to the latest presentation from Maria, and the dream is to be auto-sustainable, which is a very complicated dream nowadays in Europe. And the key point is to have a long-term commitment and being sustainable, and also connected to what Paola was saying. It is not easy in Europe. And I think my complaint is not against the people, it's not against the research infrastructure, is we should do something strongly about the European policy. I mean, Europe is putting a lot of effort on many research infrastructure. Many of the people who are sitting today, they are hardly working in different ones. But then the actions, the calls, and the policy is not completely linked to what we're doing. And it's a pity. I think this is something that maybe we should ask European Commission to insert some KPIs to understand if the performance of the policy is according to our dreams. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And congratulations for the whole course.
I totally...
Go ahead.
This is Maria Luisa Lavitrano speaking. I totally agree with you. There is a kind of fracture between, the policymaker at the European level and what the reality of the research infrastructure, what we are doing. So really, we need an action on this point. So we are all on this on the same page. Thank you for this comment.
Okay, if there are no further questions.
Just to add something on my presentation and Maria's presentation. First of all, congratulations to Maria for result in this field project, and And then, as my field project was inspired by the lesson that Juan Arenas did during the master, presenting the financial plan of Elixir, maybe Juan Arenas that I see it's here participating with us would like to send some words to complement the work that we presented.
This is very interesting because some of the projects inspire others.
Maybe it's just he just left. Was here 2 minutes ago. Okay, so just to mention that, of course, my work was inspired by what we see during the master.
Surely your field project will inspire others in the next editions as well. I think I imagine.
Good. The last one in the morning session is Tika. He is Managing Director of the Center for Microbiology and Image Analysis. Could you please mute your microphones? Thank you. Of the Center for Microscopy and Image Analysis. I see from his CV that he's that since 13 years now, and he came up with a very interesting field project, namely to implement a business plan and a governance model reflecting the integration of an additional node from an independent organization into the core facility. First, the floor is yours.
So I hope you see my screen.
Yes.
So thank you for this opportunity to present this work. And I could really make the title a little bit simpler in a way. Can we do microscopic imaging in another really independent organization? To let you understand why we do this, I will shortly introduce both organizations to you. That's namely the Center for Microscopy, which will I start with. That's a center which I am working in. The reason to start with this one is this will be the leading organization in this operation. And I will also introduce a research platform called Balgris Campus, which is associated to a hospital, a privately owned hospital. I will explain how actually the decision has been made for the provider and shortly discuss the potential organization mode. Because basically you can also have other models, and then I will really argue why we didn't do that. And finally, as it is a business plan, I will discuss some financials and the background of it, and then finally a few words about status and operation. Just to motivate you, what we do, we are actually one of the few core facilities in Europe who do everything in microscopy from life science. So the upper image is basically the nervous system of a chicken embryo, and the lower one is a molecule done with electron microscopy. Saying that we are going from molecules to whole organisms, or from electron microscopy to light microscopy, which is not everyone doing, and we only do cutting-edge microscopy. That's the only thing we do. And obviously here you see our strategy. We operate techniques, instrumentation. We have know-how in electron and light microscopy. We are open to, basically initially we were open to all users of the university, and we were always open to others. So namely the university hospitals, obviously they are associated to the university, but also to the ETH Zurich, which probably most of you know, which is another school in Zurich, and basically we are open to all academic institutions in Europe and worldwide. We have a very old facility. If I hear your Erics basically say we were funded in 1970s, being coming from virology, very modern now in the pandemic, so diagnostics of viruses basically, and very soon took up light microscopy. And doing diagnostics, this was always associated to the medical faculty. And this has changed over the years now. So this is the organigram, that's where I am here. So this is basically, we have multiple divisions. So we do electron microscopy, light microscopy, and data processing. And we are integrated in a way into the office of a vice president research. I don't go into any more detail here, even I say in a way. So we don't have a direct line here, which doesn't really matter so much, but it matters if you want to implement the business plan and operations into another organization. Let me show you where we are. This is basically a map of Zurich here. So you see the lake here, the main station, and everything which is black here are a few places, locations of the university. And that's actually where our main center is. And you will see this is influencing really what we do. So we have an animal hospital where we are active. So we are active in many locations. We are actually also active in the university hospital down here. We are active in many locations which are outside, botanical garden. I speed up here a bit. Also in an external location where it's biomedical research is done. So in the outskirts of Zurich. And we are operating microscopes here at the Balkos campus. This is where I will talk now about. The main location basically is here, and now you see the slides become really full. So we operate quite a few microscopes. I don't know how many, so it's around 40 to 45 systems. And most of the systems are located here in the center. However, as I said before, we have outstations, and they have all been in the organization of the university. But now things change due to this location here. Let me also go through some finances here. We have some assets. So something like 27 million Swiss francs. This is the equipment without depreciation. And we have something like income 2 million, which, well, we have also costs about 2 million. So it's important to note that we have approximately 800,000 income from user fee. That means that we charge the user for using our equipment, and therefore we generate some revenues. We have quite a number of active users, so these are approximately 750 users per year doing something at the facility. And now, what is the Balkris campus? The Balkris campus, as said, is a research environment close to the hospital. It's basically formed as a limited company, and that has two shareholders, and they are working the musculoskeletal health field. They are not subsidized with tax money, as we are basically. And they go for highly specialized medicine. And most important here, they lease space for other researchers, and that's where the university comes into play. They don't have enough space. So many research groups, namely from the university children hospitals, are working up there. They have also core facilities, and one is the biobank, basically, and that's where we are talking about. This research infrastructure was established in 2018 as a national, an institution of national importance. They have financial support, obviously, from the state, from Switzerland, and during that setup phase, they installed 2 microscopes. That's where we come into play. Though, if I talk about the Balkos campus now, the financials, I only talk about the microscopy. The rest doesn't really involve our operations. Before we have seen we have something like 20, well, I can also show you that. So we have approximately 27 million of equipment. They have approximately 500,000 of equipment. So they probably have costs of around 50 to 57 Swiss francs in contrast to millions, and they have some income. And the main income is for salaries and maintenance of the systems. And that's where you see here is an important point. Currently, they don't have any user fees. Another discrepancy is the users. They have approximately 10 users in microscopy, and we have a few more. So, talking about the history, how did we become involved in this operation? So the reason is we always operate microscopes for others, namely for the University Children's Hospital. And these guys had to move, and they moved to the Balkris campus. And that's where the discussion started, because our microscope did move along with. So the situation ended in a way that way. So we had two microscopes coming from Balkris campus in that research environment, and our microscope did move actually with the research groups to the campus. And now the question is, shall the biobank, as it did before, operate this microscope, or shall the experts, and now I really cite the researchers, operate these microscopes? And there are a few points which we discussed a lot with the management directors of Balkris as well as research groups. Basically, it's obvious. Managing similar resources in parallel by two groups is inefficient. Another point is, as you've seen, we have many microscopes. We have a lot of microscopes. It's a full portfolio of microscopes, and this is really an advantage. If you're a scientist and you can move freely around in such an environment and do your research. And maybe also a third point, operating high-end microscopes is not only about microscopy, it also needs a lot of other infrastructure, namely IT with storage and data processing. And this is already available with us. And that's why it became quite clear that we should be the operator of these microscopes. So, however, we have a problem. We have an internal core facility and we are under the governance of the University of Zurich. So, also upon the suggestion from Marcus, we discussed if we should change something with some advantage, namely we could also form a limited liability company. However, it became quite clear, don't go through all of this, that there are quite a few advantages, but severely limitations doing so. And probably the biggest is the operation is very small, and the work to be done to generate such a company within the university, first of all, it's unknown if we even can do that, and it would take a lot of time. Let me come to some financials now. So if I do as well, I like my previous speakers, we really break down all the costs down to the system. And the cost for microscopy is basically direct costs and other costs, all the direct costs and many, many indirect costs. So let me go from top. Direct costs is something you can use in Switzerland and also in Europe to pay as a user with research grants. This is namely so what we do as operators, helping people getting their research done. And then we have quite a few relatively direct costs, which is maintenance and people doing maintenance, depreciation, and other things. And the really indirect cost is like administration or rental costs we have. I don't go into any details of these cost calculations. The only thing I will show you now is a simplified financials for operations at this new location. So basically we have three microscopes to talk about. So we have two coming from Balkris, and we have one coming which is owned by us. If I say owned, I left away all the depreciation, all the costs involved for owning a system are not here. Here we only see the main costs coming for personnel, consumable, and if you see this list now here, the costs are basically relatively similar, especially the direct costs you see here. What we can do actually is use the user fees and use the user fees to pay the direct costs. And if you sum this up, you see that this matches perfectly. If you operate microscopes, you have many costs which cannot be covered by user fees, namely all these costs down here. And as you already see by these two columns, these costs can nicely be separated into the individual owning organizations, which matches perfectly because these costs are anyway present as soon as you operate the microscope. And normally microscopes, you can have no ways to cover these costs by any other means than subsidized payment by the organizations. So basically, we decided this could be a working financial model to go along with. We also agreed on some very simple governance structures. So in order that people research groups working at Balgrist campus, they agreed, and we agreed, to have one representative of this site elected in our steering committee, because the steering committee does scientific steering and is also at the same time a user representation. In the steering committee, future investments are also discussed. We also agreed that the organization owning the system covers depreciation and the maintenance. So everything regarding owning stays as it is. And we, as a steering board, as well as me as a managing director, we are responsible for developing the investment as well as the sites. And the concept, finally, which at the end of the day, the business plan, governance structure is important for people, really is the operation concept. And it turned out we found the solution, could be easily done. We don't have so much knowledge in microscopy at this site, so we decided that people in the biobank do technical trainings and support at the microscopes, as well as daily maintenance. And this basically is as much human resources time as what we do, basically. We do the scientific training, so the in-depth training of these staff scientists up here, as well as the researchers. And we operate also all IT and data processing infrastructure, which are also costs. And at the end of the day, as shown before, these costs nicely match up. So let me go one back. So the summary key points which we learned and which was really important to proceed as quickly due to the different organizations, we have equal costs for both organizations. So we don't need any complex contracts or reimbursement schemes. So we have substantial cost saving through this central core facility. And this is also an important point here. It fosters collaboration and supports research. Another point, actually, which is really having some benefits in really being us, the leading organization. We already currently plan for expanding these operations. The reason for this is there will be a new building from the University Children's Hospital for research, and it's just next to the Balgrist campus. While we don't have any labs at the Balgrist campus, we will have labs in this location, and then we even can further support this location with microscopy. With this, I really would like to thank the organizers of the IRI Train for all their engagement. Thank you very much. And all the others who helped me throughout, my professional life and also this project. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much, Urs, for this short presentation of your framework. Obviously, in the report, much more data and the full outlined business plan is available. Maybe to start the discussion, could you give us a little bit more information on the different legal status of the involved parties? Because especially when you're outlining that there is a third party coming next to the Baldwin campus, might that not be the time for rethinking to establish your own legal entity? Because it becomes obviously very complicated having a steering committee with 3 different organizations, etc., etc. So maybe a little bit of background also on that. And the second question, showing your data on the operations side, you said that you are open for users within Zurich, within Switzerland, and of course also outside. What we have seen in other core facilities of other universities is that they are very often the nutshell of what we then call national nodes of European research infrastructures. Now, microscopy could potentially be part of many European research infrastructures. Is there any policy currently in your university or in Switzerland to use this excellent core facility as a contribution to join a European one? So these were the 2 questions I would have with you.
Well, let me answer the second question first, because it's much easier. No, there is not much initiative in Switzerland really for joining, for example, Europe bioimaging, which is a bit sad, but not much we can do. On the positive side, microscopy, while it is being cutting edge, while it is, and you've seen the numbers, it's very expensive. However, it's still in most facets a very local business. So each university has similar infrastructure. So this is on that side. So mainly researchers use local research infrastructures in microscopy. So that's not much of a disadvantage. Your first questions about a third party. I probably will never be able to answer everything there because firstly, you don't necessarily find out who is responsible for what kind of governance or finances within university and university hospitals. Finances are coming sometimes for the people at university hospitals from both sides, but they are always associated for research at the university. That makes it really not so much, well, regarding governance, not so much different. So I wouldn't call it a third party. It's still university. And university can decide action, organization, governance within a university children's hospital research environment. And that's where we are going to. That's something they cannot in the Balkans campus. And there you are really right. It would be probably advantageous to form a liability company, an independent company with shareholders. There are probably some risks. We don't have to discuss this, but you may really discuss this because there is another team participating in NI Train and they're discussing this seriously. But I think the risks are quite big. Currently, there is no core facility being set up as a limited liability company, even companies working between the ETH and the university. This would be something new.
I can give an example from Vienna, Austria. There is the biocampus where 2 different universities have joined, where they put all their core facilities from both universities into one joint new legal entity. And that new legal entity, because there are a lot of other companies now around that campus who are also now using that core facility. So there are a few examples how that could work. Of course, every case is different and needs special attention. But I would like to thank you for the work you have done, because I think what it helped was to streamline the thoughts of how governance and finance need to be brought together, and how decisions can be taken. And I think that is a very nice outcome of your work. But I would like to open the floor also for other questions.
Hi, it's Nicola Casadei.
Please go ahead.
Very nice presentation, Urs. It was nice that you really focus on the point and went in detail into it. Very appreciated. Urs, I would have a question. I'm not really sure how to formulate it, by the way, but how is the legal? How are the legal and assurance working when you work together? Is there like some detailed collaboration contract, or on which kind of framework is that working? And the second question, which goes a bit together, because that was the idea I tried to formulate, is like concerning responsibility, concerning like the buildings, concerning the materials, the personnel, and the consumables. Who is responsible of what exactly?
The second one is probably the first one is easier. We don't have any legal contracts. We never have any legal contracts if someone is using any equipment at the university, being it coming from outside or inside, and that's what we get. And the other part is people are employed by their respective organizations, and otherwise there's no contract. Not with the core facilities. With research groups coming to Valkes campus, there is, but not if we work together. We don't have anything legally.
The question I'm thinking is like, what happens if something would go wrong on a microscope? Like, who would be responsible of that? Do you have maybe like very good contract with the company of the microscope that in this case you would not have to worry what happened?
Well, we have service contracts. You obviously, if someone is doing something terribly wrong, the service contract doesn't cover and you have to pay, and the owning organization has to pay. In the past, with all the 40 systems, over the 13 years, as Marcus actually mentioned, I'm doing a job, we never had any problems. So the damage you can do is in the thousands. It's always less than 10,000 if someone did a damage, and we had a few of these, and this is basically within the fluctuation of service, so you don't even realize this. So we did never bothered really, so you just pay. And people are careful.
Maybe one additional question from my side following Nicholas. If you don't have any agreements of the users of the microscope coming from external institutions, how do you track, how do you deal with the results coming out of the work using your microscopy? Are you acknowledged? Are you referred? Are your staff being co-authors? How do you deal with that?
Well, we have guidelines. It's easy to answer. We are not basically scientific standards apply. If someone is using a microscope, which we just helped getting training, or then we are not an author. If we scientifically contribute in a project, which we do, obviously, so if you generate a molecular structure of a protein, you invest a lot of time and then you're an author. So that's, we don't specify it specifically because that's specified actually in all the rules from the Swiss National Science Foundation, and we refer to them and adhere to them.
So it's not a legal but an ethical system.
It's an ethical system. We have guidelines, but the guidelines basically only mention that you have to acknowledge the use of these resources. It's highly subsidized. You have to acknowledge the university, or you should. And that's basically similarly what you do in publication. So if you really scientifically work together, you have a project leader for the science, you do your contribution, and then you're an author. And otherwise, we don't have anything else. But that works, I think, great.
Good to hear. think in other systems it's a little less ethical. Other questions?
Marcus, I have a question.
Please.
Okay. Urs, why the need to structurally insert this additional node, this additional part into the previous organization? Structurally, I mean to include this in governance, for example. When you show the slide on the governance, you say that, for example, the director of Palgris campus have the pleasure that you are inside of the structure. So what do you mean? And then the second question is, what will be the benefit you think you will have at the end of this process? So in the future, besides the SWOT analysis that you have already done?
The second one, benefits. It's hard to say. No, the coffee city doesn't have any benefits if it operates something in a different environment. It's more complicated, more work. However, the benefit comes for the science. I would reverse it. Does the scientists have access to a large platform of microscopy? So they enter an environment and can do whatever they need to do with an optimal system. It's not like in the old days you just go with something in front of a microscope and you get an image out. Even similar systems are, at the end of the day, very different what kind of qualitative and quantitative data they generate. So it's about science. That's the benefit if you have one organization. It's more efficient. And why you need a governance? Because we decide upon rules, and I think you need a governance. And we have user fees, we have a certain mode of operation. I think the people accessing that resource, which belongs to another organization, need to have a say. They need to express their voice and being part of future development. And that's, I think, why we have to integrate the structure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any more questions? It seems not. Well, then, thank you very much, Urs.
Thank you.
Congratulations again to the fine work, and hopefully the plans you have outlined will be ratified by the different systems so that you can really improve your service capacities by integrating this second new node into your system. And,
it looks very promising, actually.
Good to hear.
Thank you.
And I give back the word, the floor to Enrico.
Thank you to all the candidates that presented their field project, and also thank you to the faculty. I want to acknowledge and to welcome also Licinio Lima, Nelson Lima, and Georges Daguerre from the as they are visiting professor, and they were part of the external faculty and players, especially Licinio, key players in our master program. Now we can have a coffee break and we can reconvene at 11 all together for the second session of this morning. So have a nice break.
See you again at 11.
things going on here in terms of instabilities and ocean currents as well, and also from
Lorenzo, are you here?
Appunto,
Lorenzo?
Good morning again. Good morning again.
Good morning.
Let's start the second session of this final project discussion. And it's a pleasure to invite Professor Licinio Lima to chair this session. Licinio, the floor is yours. And thank you very much for all your contribution.
Thank you so much, Professor Maria Luisa. Good morning everybody. It is a pleasure to be able to participate again in these final discussions, project presentations. And now we will have 4 presentations in session 2. The Commission comprehends Maria Luisa Lavitrano, Elisabetta Marafiotti, Francesco Pauletti, and Marcos Pasterk. So we will start with the first presentation by Florence Marie. The floor is yours, Florence.
Florence, you need to unmute. We don't hear you.
Yes, perfect. Thank you. Yes,
okay.
Sorry about that. So I'm really happy to be here this morning, even if I think we're all missing the nice atmosphere of Milan and the group, and we would have enjoyed being there one last time. So about my field project, the title is Strengthening the Effectiveness and Sustainability of EATRIS Node through reinvesting for long-term successes. Before to go into the subject, I'd like to start with few slides to introduce EATRIS and how we came to develop something called a node reward framework. So EATRIS is the European Research Infrastructure for Translational Medicine. And our mission is to accelerate the translation of research discovery into patient benefit and the development of new therapies and treatment for clinical care. For that, we support researchers from academia, from industry, but also patient, policymakers, funders, in using the expertise and the capacity available within the research infrastructure. So the technical scientific expertise and non-scientific expertise such as regulatory, innovation management, and additional expertise required for translational research. EATRIS is an ERIC since late 2013 and became fully operational in 2014. Currently, we have 13 member states, 12 full member states, 1 observer. And within those member states, we work with a little over 110 research institutes, which are offering their expertise and facilities and contribute to EATRIS. And those institutes are organized around 5 technology platforms, scientific platforms, gene and cell therapy, biomarker, imaging and tracing, small molecule, vaccine. So we have a really broad offering and expertise and knowledge to offer. We are distributed research infrastructure, so in a hub and spoke model. In Amsterdam, we have the EATRIS Coordination and Support Office, so the centralized coordination. And we work with our node, so in the 13 countries, with national coordination. And the node are tasked to structure the stakeholder and research community, provide access to the research services, and manage the national translational research and national infrastructure. Looking at EATRIS governance, and this is important for understanding the project afterward. The highest decision making is the board of governors. They are representative from ministries in the different countries participating to the infrastructure, and they are advised by a scientific advisory board, external SAB. And at the operational level, we have the coordination and support office, so the central office in Amsterdam, and we are supported in our task by the Board of National Directors, which are the scientific representative in the country. And each country, they have the help of a national coordinator, which is really the hand-on support administrative person to provide help to the national director and work in implementing the national strategy of EATRIS. This national coordinator is not a mandatory figure in our statute. It's a position which has been developed over time in certain countries as needed to facilitate the implementation of EATRIS at national level. And not all countries have a national coordinator available. And national coordinator is funded through national investment when available. And then the execution level, which is really at the institution level, organized again in the 5 platforms I described earlier. So to provide a bit of background, at inception of EATRIS, so in 2014, was negotiated a unique membership fee. Whatever the size of the country, whatever the capital of the country or the GDP of the country, the unique fee was negotiated, 100K per country. However, quickly after inception, the need to renegotiate the contribution model appeared, mostly under the lead of smaller country or less rich country, let's say, for fairness in terms of contribution, and also to be better attractive for a new country to join the infrastructure, especially looking at smaller country in Europe, and this became quite clear. However, negotiating a new contribution model is quite a heavy task and require consensus from all participating countries. And so it took quite some time, and we ended with some common ground around a fixed fee and a reduced fee for country with a smaller population, so below 7.5 million. And we had a variable fee, which is based on the national R&D expenditure. That was not so easy to find this variable fee. Initially, GDP or GDP per capita was ruled out by a few countries and not applicable. So R&D expenditure was something of a middle ground that was quite well accepted accepted. However, as part of the negotiation, we had largest member states, since they would have to increase their contribution because of the new contribution model, they push for cashback. And this ended in negotiation with the acceptation of the new contribution model at the condition that we would develop a reward framework that would acknowledge and reward country directly contributing to EATRIS ERIC goals, and this could be done through a bursary. And that bursary could be available to all nodes. So this is the project I'm going to talk now. It's how we have been negotiating this reward framework, the activity required for developing that framework, and what was the final result. I have to say, so the work started May 2019, and we ended in November 2020 with a ratified node reward framework. So for developing that framework, we form a working group, which was with Board of Governors volunteers and a member of coordination and support. It was myself. What was important for the working group to be formed was to have a balanced view on a country with different size, different contribution, and also in terms of cash contribution, but also whether they are the national coordinator or not. So this is the working group which was formed, and to be able to work with the working group, we organized 7 in total teleconferences. We had to work in phase approach to ensure that decision made would be acceptable to all board of governors and that we would be able to reach consensus at the end. We drafted 2 frameworks and before having the final one accepted in November this year. And we piloted some of the framework, or at least the collection of some data to answer the feasibility of the framework. So the initial work was to answer a different question from the working group. For example, why do we have a node reward framework? The activity to be rewarded. Who can perform those activities? How to select the country to be rewarded was a big question, and how to reward them. So what contractual basis? I'm not going to go through all questions or not through all discussion we had, but here is a snapshot of the outcome from the discussion. So why do we have a node reward framework? Key was really to stimulate the node to recognize their effort when they contribute to at-risk goal, and overall to improve the performance of the infrastructure and increase visibility, better understanding of what we do, and positioning. And overall, also to make the contribution acknowledged. The activity to be rewarded. So we look at what the node are already doing or not doing enough, and what we had to push forward. And came clear it was 1, outreach to user, because we need better increased visibility. Education and training content is part of the IATRIS mandate and was not done yet enough. And increased quality through participating to quality initiative. And when we look at those activities, we had a short survey, and we saw that indeed those activities were not done enough by the node, and we had to push forward for those. An additional point was that every IATRIS member can contribute to the activity, and this is because not all nodes have a node coordinator, and so we wanted to increase the chance of success by rewarding all activity performed by all members in a node. Was agreed as well that it would be through a bursary, and the bursary was key. It was not cash to be given back to the node, but it needs to be funding for something that would benefit all members and institutions. So through the organization of national events, workshop, or staff exchange, for example. And as bursary, we would use positive results from IATRIS. And while we are not having yet positive results, we would have 18K euro bursary disbursed to start with, to implement the framework. And once positive results would be there, which we expect next year or the year after, we would be able to use those positive results as bursary for the node. And the information, and we would collect applications through a node report, and 3 nodes could be shortlisted. The selection of the country to be rewarded was a big part of the discussion, because all nodes are different. They are not really comparable in terms of size, in terms of outreach capacity and resources. So one great idea came towards the end, and was to look at best growth compared to previous year. So each node compare themselves to themselves, and this allowed to not have to compare node to node, but also that it would not be possible to have some kind of quantitative assessment, but only qualitative assessment, which could be done through a small committee of volunteers. And criteria for evaluation were also decided. So looking at reach, So for the outreach, the quality of the work performed, the relevance, so of course it needs to be aligned with the at-risk mission and the expected impact. We piloted data collection through the note report, looking at outreach, education and training activity and quality initiative. You don't have to read that table, but indeed what we could see is like high variability between nodes in terms of activity performed, but also in terms of reporting of the activity. And we see that the node reward could be a nice incentive to have a better way of monitoring also the activity of the node. We are working in developing or adjusting a template and workshop with the nodes to make sure that they are equipped and skilled for reporting. So as a result from the field project, we have now a node reward framework, which has been ratified at our Board of Governors meeting last November. It will be implemented in 2021, and we have already piloted, partly at least, the way of collecting information. So through that work, and I think it's really important, it's the first part, is we change from this moment where we were renegotiating the contribution with a narrative which was really win-lose negotiation towards something that is collaborative and about capacity building in the node. So that's through the work we really shift or move from very politicized discussion on negotiation to something which is really strengthening and building node capacity. And we also change a bit of the narrative and view on node reporting and monitoring with the agreement that this is needed and important to showcase the node, the at-risk activity, but also to monitor the performance of the research infrastructure and to acknowledge the contribution of the node to a at-risk goal. And this is where I'd like to stop. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Florence, for your presentation. And now the floor is open to questions from colleagues, of course.
Licinio, may I start?
Yes, of course. Marcus, how are you?
Thank you, Florence, for presentation of your work. It was a pleasure reading it because involving national nodes in distributed research infrastructures is essential, and to keep them and reward them for their work is essential. My question here is, how could, I restart the question. You started with the process of receiving the task to do that by your Board of Governors at the time of starting the master course. So my question is, how did the teaching, how did the learnings you received, how did that streamline or enhance or strengthen the processes? So how could what you have learned in the master course improve the processes? That would be the first question, please.
I think the first part of the answer comes with the first module we had in management of research infrastructure and negotiation, because that was quite important for me to realize, how to negotiate and the importance of negotiation and understanding or listening to the need of different country or stakeholder, let's say, in order to be able to move forward, reaching consensus at every step of the development of the framework. Next to that, I think we have been exploring a different way of collecting information. We have been discussing also in-kind contribution in the context of the master and then in the context of the working group. Keeping in mind that not everything has been accepted or practical. So we had to move forward with the need of the working group or EATRIS board, and not everything suggested was accepted, let's say. So, for example, part of the discussion was whether to make visible the in-kind contribution or the infrastructure value, let's say. And this was clearly not seen appropriate for that purpose, but that was part of the discussion, and it might come back at a different time point.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions, please?
Can I ask a question?
Yes, of course.
So, Florence, I really enjoyed that. Thank you very much. I know you don't have data yet, but what's your expectation? Do you think it's initially going to be the nodes that are active in training and outreach that are going to try and take advantage of this, or do you expect it actually to maybe be the smaller nodes that have currently not yet put their efforts in training and outreach to become more active?
Well, I hope to stimulate both. I think one idea it's we want for the reward the nodes are gonna compare themselves from 1 year to the other, and it's the best growth that should be acknowledged. So it means it's a stimulus for the node already doing education and training to do better, and for the one not doing any to start doing something. That's the idea behind, but I can't say which nodes are gonna take advantage of those the most. I think probably at the beginning, maybe the smaller ones that are not yet there. It's a nice stimulus for them to start doing something.
May I ask? Okay. Thank you. I really appreciated your presentations and the analysis that you did. I was just interested in understanding a little bit more about the culture of this research infrastructure, because I think that anytime you introduce a system like this, that in a sense is requiring a sort of self-assessment and a lot of sharing, but then you are also implying evaluation. So I was interested in understanding more about the culture of your research infrastructure, how you would define it, and if you think that is a good base for a successful implementation of all these systems, also for the future development.
I think culture of the organization. I think one of the challenge of EATRIS is that we are one of the first infrastructure on the S3 roadmap since 2006, and then one of the first infrastructure becoming also an ERIC, at least in life science, so in 2014. And it means we have a lot of history. And we are really large infrastructure with 110 research infrastructure, and probably maybe a bit of a loose relationship between EATRIS coordination and support office, the node coordinator center, and the institution in the country. So this is something that we are trying to catch up every year by reinforcing our relationship, strengthening the node, providing additional tools, and helping building new skills in the node. And the node reward framework is going in that direction. So we are already hoping that we are bringing additional commitment and engagement in working together and developing further the infrastructure.
Any other questions, comments? let me make a comment. You said you have a lot of history, and that is absolutely important when dealing with the concept of culture, because culture is not an instantaneous social phenomena. But you said also that there are loose relationships among the nodes, and my point is that if in that specific circumstances we don't have to talk also about possible different subcultures, because time on the other one hand and different nodes and loose relationships or loosely coupled systems, as we have studied before, may result in subcultures, which is not a bad thing. I mean, not at all, but which may present another sort of challenges when dealing with governance and management, etc. What do you think of it?
Well, yeah, I think indeed, as culture, what we see is, there is I think because of the maybe as Eric or the contribution model, there is this culture of subscription. So people think because they're buying, let's say, through the contribution, participation to Beatrice, return will come to them without effort. And what we like to change is this culture of subscription to membership, where we are co-owner of the infrastructure, and everybody engage in developing and strengthening the infrastructure. And this is where we need to work hard. And this is key for long-term sustainability. I think it's the same for all Erics, in fact. And in terms of subculture, indeed, there is we can really see differences in terms of expectation, outcome, and return from that subscription or membership, if we can move there.
Thank you. Okay. Yes.
This is Maria Luisa speaking. Florence, thank you very much. I also enjoyed very much to read your project. My comment is that IATRIS is quite a peculiar distributed research infrastructure, because it's not only distributed but also includes different platform with different kind of expertise. There is really a question of culture. So sometimes in the nodes, when there are this there are differences, in the different kind of platforms, they feel more like a network, and they do not have the feeling of being, part of an infrastructure. They work like platform. So maybe what is needed is more a participatory approach from the bottom up, and to work on this point.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Indeed, the broad variety of participating institutions and so on make it absolutely yes, indeed difficult also to build on that culture. However, it's something we are working hard on, and by bringing the scientific community together at least once a year, and we are indeed creating a culture at the institutional level, participating into EATRIS. But then it still needs to be aligned with expectation from node coordination, country, and governmental body. And this is an extra layer of complexity.
Yes, indeed. But the comment from Elisabetta was right, actually. So it is maybe it's a question of culture, that needs to be build up in your infrastructure. That actually works very well.
Yeah, no, agree at every level, yeah.
Vicino, you are muted.
Any other questions? We are just arriving to the limit of our time, but anyway. Okay, if not, thank you so much, Florence. Congratulations for your work, and let's move to the second presentation by Ludovic Renaud. I give you the floor.
Thank you. All right, can you hear me fine?
Yeah.
Yes. All right, very good. Okay, so my name is Ludovic Renaud. I'm heading the Netherlands Center for Electron Nanoscopy. In short, it's called NACEN. And I will present a business plan that I've written for the period 2019 and beyond. I think in the official title it says 24, but we decided to plan it a bit further. So first of all, maybe I should say that NACEN is an open access national center that provides cryogenic electron microscopy services, both to academic researchers, Dutch and international, but also to companies. So what is cryo-EM? Why is it important? Sorry, I'm just hiding the videos because it's hiding my slides. Well, cryo-EM is important because we can study proteins, and proteins are the small particles inside the cells that do all the functions in your body. So better understanding the 3D shapes of those molecules help fight disease, define new therapeutics, develop vaccines. For example, in this pandemic here, we worked on coronavirus as other sites. We did two studies. The first study, we studied the virus replication once it's infected the host. And then by understanding how the virus replicates itself in the host, we can define or help support development of new therapeutics to treat infected patients. At the same time, we've also worked with Janssen company, who's developing the vaccine for Johnson & Johnson. So we supported the vaccine development by providing structures of the main target for vaccine development. So that's just to illustrate that cryo-EM has become the method of choice for determining the 3D structures of medically relevant proteins. And it was awarded Nobel Prize in 2017. So it's really an important center and technique. Wait. So NACEN is a central hub for cryo-EM in the Netherlands since 2011. We are embedded in a Dutch electron microscopy infrastructure, as shown here. We are unique in the Netherlands with the infrastructure that we provide. There is no other similar instruments in the Netherlands. The situation is a bit different internationally. So we're also part of Instruct ERIC, and we're also part of INEX Discovery EU project as a network of similar research infrastructure. Actually, Earth's infrastructure in Zurich is quite similar, even bigger than ours. NACEN is owned by Leiden University, but we serve local, national, and international users. For the period of the last 2 years, we serve Dutch users for 65%, industry 10%, and EU international for 25% of the time on the machine. So while we serve this wide range of users and we have different stakeholders, only one stakeholder takes a financial risk. That's Leiden University. And over the last 10 years, there was an agreement to support NACEN financially for up to 50% of the total revenues. But this agreement is ending in 2020, and there is no agreement yet for the further coming years. So as of 2021, NACEN could be at a financial risk. And that was basically the basic question for writing this business plan. So there was 3 aspects in this business plan: provide a report on the past and on the current situation of NACEN in terms of finances and in the landscape of similar facilities, define a strategy to stay a site of excellence, and propose solutions to the financial problem. So let's first start by looking at the past and current situation. So if we put revenues and costs side by side in the last 5 years, we see that revenues are, as I said, 45-50% coming from Leiden University as a contribution, and the rest are coming from services. The main service we offer is data collection on these flagship instruments that we have. But this is highly variable, depends on the demand from the users. And the cost, so in black is the personal cost, and in cyan is the maintenance cost. So the personal cost has decreased in percentage because the maintenance has started to kick in. When we purchased the equipment in 2011, there was the grant was covering this maintenance cost for the first 6 years, I believe. So in 2018, we had to start paying some maintenance fees, and now it's pretty much 50% of our cost. And this is a quite high cost. We can have a look also at the user affiliations of the last 5 years to see how the landscape is changing a little bit. So in 2016, we mostly were serving international groups. This is the white color. And then in 17 and 18 as well, and it was also increasing a little bit. While the Dutch groups were not coming to NICEN so much, I think in 16 and 17, mostly local groups were making use of NICEN. And then we had an agreement with Thermo-Fisher Scientific, which is the main, which is the instruments manufacturer, to come to NICEN and use NICEN as a demonstration site. But the agreement has ended in 2017, and it has not been renewed because our machines are getting older. So the manufacturer is not so interested anymore. But at the same time, in 17-18, we developed new services, and in 2018, we also obtained a grant from the National Research Council to start offering subsidized access to the Dutch researchers. And right away, we see that it works. And the Dutch academic researchers are coming to NICEN for 70% of the time, approximately now. And also we can see in the last 2 years an increasing industry access. So we did a market analysis to compare ourselves and position ourselves in the market. I mean, it's clear that we are a Nord Center, one of the first service facility offering such services. So, originally we were unique. Now we are not so unique anymore. So we have to reposition ourselves. But we're still seen as an experience center. We have an excellent reputation. We have developed some commercial training with the instrument manufacturers. We have an excellent location, but our access rates are still high because we have high cost, especially the maintenance cost, as we've seen before. And we don't have unlimited funds, so we do need to raise money to acquire new equipment. Opportunities, we see an increase in industry access to NICEN, so that's a clear opportunity. And also we are still unique in the Netherlands, so that's really a strong position to negotiate new equipment. The threat is mostly competitors, which are booming everywhere else in the world, basically. And the other point is that I find that there's no long-term vision for the center from the main stakeholder, which is Leiden University. So I did a survey of other facilities. So I contacted, I believe, 14 facilities, similar centers offering similar services with similar equipments. And it became clear that all of them have some sort of structural funding. Some are fully funded, 100%, even investments are funded, but most of them have at least 50% structural funding. So it's very difficult to compete with these facilities if we don't have also structural funding, because our access fees are just too high and users will go to other places. I mean, the newly opened Human Technopole in Milan will have a lot of machines. It's a brand new facility, and it's completely free for the next 10 years. I didn't ask Urs for his center, how it's running, but I saw in his tables that he's also having approximately 50% structural funding. So based on this market analysis and SWOT analysis, we defined an activity plan. So for 2017 to 2021, and then further on. So I will not go through all of these points, obviously, but I will just focus on the time period 2019-2021, because those are more relevant for today. So let's start with the first one. So we need to renew our flagship instrumentation. So this is a graph with a 10-year forecast on revenues based on user coming to use our equipment. So if we keep our current equipment running, even though they are older, and let's say they keep on running fine, we will see a decrease and accumulate a deficit up to 5 million euros in the next 10 years. We could decide to slim down and get rid of some of the older machines that are not so popular anymore, but still we would accumulate a large deficit. So the only way forward is to renew our equipment and attract new users to the center. And even though we'll still barely break even, so that's still unsure even with new investments if we can be self-sufficient without structural funding. And we have applied for such grant. We asked for 6.5 million euros, which is the cost of a new machine. And the reviews were very, very positive. We had 4 reviews, and all of them said that's an absolute requirement for the nation, for the Dutch nation. So the second activity plan that we started is to, so we saw an opportunity in industry services. So we decided that we should focus on that and try to increase our revenues from industry, because in the last few years, from 16 to 18, there was a little bit of industry, but it was very marginal. And in 2019, we saw an increase in the total revenues. Around 5% of our total revenues were coming from industries. And then we started, so we are embedded in a bioscience park, surrounded by pharma companies. Not all of them do research, but we started contacting all of those pharma companies. So it takes time. It's a lot of networking and public relations, and it takes time. But we see rewards this year by having more than 11% of our total revenues coming from industry, and that's something we will definitely keep on pushing. So we started discussing with the instrument manufacturer to possibly build a consortium of pharma industries and to purchase new equipment that will be placed at Nissen and will be reserved for industry clients. So we have interested parties, no commitments yet, but we need to gather a few more interested parties. At the moment, it's still early stages. We're discussing with the instrument manufacturer what's the best model for this consortium. They have experience. They've built 2 similar consortia in the UK with 2 different models. So this model needs to be adapted to this local environment, which is the bioscience park that we're embedded into. The third activity is to diversify services. So if we want to attract new users from different fields, we need to propose different services. So we started this already, and we have purchased new equipment through a grant that will allow us to do to attract more biologists, not just structural biologists, but biologists as a whole, to study cells and tissues. And this is very similar to what Urs has presented in his facility. So we don't have that yet fully working, but we have the equipment in place now. It's in commissioning. We are hiring new personnel to be able to offer this as a service. So we expect that it will be available in 2021. Then we want to develop and attract chemists to Nissen. There's a technique called microID. I won't go into details, but possibly this is a small investment. We could possibly finance it ourselves, or it could be combined with the industry consortium. as it is of a common interest. And finally, we need to train new groups of biologists to understand what we can do with them, for them. So we are starting to set up a formal university course for core-EM and structural biology in general. That course, that curriculum is being developed now, and the plan is it will start in 2022, hopefully, but we'll see. We're also in the Dutch EM infrastructure that we are part of. There is a training committee. We are very active in this committee, and we already plan courses for the period 2021-2024, so 2 courses per year. And we are discussing to renew our commercial training with the instrument manufacturer towards different aspects of cryo-EM. So, based on all this analysis and activity plans, we have set up an investment projections over the next 10 years. So all of the 2020 predicted investments have been realized. The 2021 have started with the 6.45 million euro grant has been written down, and first reviews are in. The others we could finance ourselves. It's still a bit not started, but that's something we are discussing, and some discussions have started also with interested parties. And then for later, for 2022, this investment is related to this industry consortium we are already starting to discuss. So I think we're on time for this one. All right, finally, the last activity, which is quite important, is to lobby national sources for obtaining structural funding. So it's clear that Leiden University does not want to continue on being this unique stakeholder providing financial support to us. So this we need to find other sources of national structural funding. But this has been delayed due to different changes, change in governance structure in 2019. There was a change of the dean of the faculty in January 2020. So all of these changes creates delays. And then there was a pandemic. So these discussions are just now starting, but this is a long-term lobbying effort that will take time. So in the meantime, we have to diversify our services and develop other sources of revenues. So obviously, to track these activities, we have set the different key performance indicators. I will not go through them, but most of those key performance indicators are tracking the operations of NISN at the moment. But we are starting to use these key performance indicators already, and we generate monthly reports since the end of 2019 that will help us track our operations. And this is the 2020 report up to September, I believe. And in March, there was the lockdown, so no activity. We have to close for a little bit. Of course, there are risks that are associated to these strategic choices. We've defined a few of those risks, their impact and probability, and some mitigation actions. For example, it's very probable, it's certain that there will be downtime of the instruments. Those instruments are quite sensitive, so sometimes they stop working. And so this will happen. So we have to find other sources of revenues, which we cannot only depend on the instruments' performances. Maybe we won't be able to secure national structural funding. So then we have to look at different scenarios based on the 10-year financial predictions that are in this business plan that I didn't present in details during the presentation, but they're in the plan. There's a risk also that key personnel will leave. And this has happened quite a few times in the last 4 or 5 years. So we need to raise the number of permanent staff in the team, and we need to train more local groups so that it will be easier to replace staff that are leaving. We can have delay in investments, or we can not be able to organize commercial courses. So that's why we started to diversify training and develop new courses. And I didn't discuss the IT part, but as Urs mentioned, it's quite an important aspect of offering such services. So we have to, if we want to serve more industry clients, we have to make sure that our IT is secure, confidential, and also performing to the best. So just to conclude, the current investments will allow us to diversify our services. So hopefully this will increase our user base and thus our scientific input. And this will just make sure that we augment our NISANS reputation and we can get user access fees in a more regular manner. The next action is to really prioritize the finding of national sources for structural fundings to ensure long-term sustainability, because relying only on service fees seems quite difficult for such a center. And all the tools that have been overviewed during this 18 months of EMMRI, I think I've used in this business plan. I really enjoyed it, so that was quite enjoyable. And thank you for listening. Thank you for the good atmosphere during the sessions and the previous visits. I really appreciated it. I found a picture with Post-it thank yous, because every time I use a Post-it now, I think of the EMMRI modules. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ludovic, for your presentation. Now the floor is open to questions.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ludovic, for your very interesting and I would say detailed presentation. It's very clear that it's part of your life in this year that was parallel to the master program. I have a question regarding KPIs, and I would like to understand from your experience, because I mean there is a lot of debate about the importance of KPIs at S3 level. Now they are trying to find a sort of standardized approach to KPIs, and there is a debate here about comparing apples and pears in a way if you are trying to adopt a standardized approach. So I would like to ask you, based on your experience, what do you think about this debate? And second, what do you think about the effectiveness of the use of KPIs in your research infrastructure? So how helpful and how they were used? Because sometimes you have the impression that it's just a formal exercise because it's required.
No, so let's start with the last question, the second question. So the KPIs we're now using at NISAN is mostly operational, I would say, at the moment. But for example, it's very useful to me to have a look on a monthly basis on our revenues, finances, make sure we are on track with what is planned in the budget. And also we have to deliver a certain amount of days to the Dutch groups. So that's something we have to also monitor over the year. I mean, we can't just realize 2 months before the end of the year that we are not on track. So that's something really we have to realize. And, user feedback is quite important. Sometimes you miss that users are not giving you feedback. So, I mean, all of these KPIs I found very, very useful. Also, you can track instruments, performance, that can help you, identify the bad machine or different services. So it's an essential tool now at the facility in the operational aspect. For the other question, it's interesting because we are part of Instruct Eric, and I'm chairing the KPI committee that just started, and we are discussing this exact question. How do you compare apple and pears? And actually, the S3 said they will not compare research infrastructure using the KPI. That's what they say. Huh? So, but I think there will be comparisons. It's obvious. I think you can find common KPIs to compare each other. That's definitely possible. I'm not sure if that answers the question really, but...
Yes, you answered. And I think that being part of the team that is working on that, I think you will give also a great contribution. Yeah. Thank you.
Just a curiosity, Ludovic, why have you used one of the KPIs, the number of feedback forms rather than the feedback itself in terms of satisfaction?
Well, we just want, so we have having trouble getting feedback from users. It's difficult sometimes to get feedback. So we just want to make sure that those forms are sent and are sent back to us, basically. And we have a set of questions in those forms. So it's sort of a standardized feedback. So, we can keep track in a standardized manner and have statistics, for example. So that's why.
May I? Isinio?
You're muted, Isinio.
Please, Marco.
Okay, go on.
Thank you. My question was on the same as Enrico, because user satisfaction obviously is important, and how often you receive an answer is maybe a little less important. I understand in your case where you have difficulties in receiving enough user feedback, that is the start. But I think I would recommend to also go into more qualitative satisfaction reports to see what the users are really feeding back. Thank you.
Yeah. So I didn't put the form in the business plan, but we have a free field where users can just write down whatever they want. It's not only specific questions. But actually it's an aspect that also users are aware of. And we have a user advisory committee. And the next one is actually in 10 days. And that's one of the topics. How can we make sure we get the proper feedback from the users? And that will be discussed in detail with the users, how to do this properly.
Thanks.
Questions from Urs? Please, Urs.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ludovic, for illustrating this. While I understand that you want to go for industry users, how do you think you can combine this with basic research? Probably they have really different needs in a way. Can you comment on this?
Yeah. So the needs are different because you have to offer full service to companies. They can't just come and use your machine. You have to use it for them, prepare the sample, process the data, analyze the data, everything. So you need to hire more staff. That's clear. But for that, you also need a minimum amount of, industry clients. But that's also why we are discussing with Tom Offshore to actually acquire a new machine dedicated to industry clients. So that will be sort of a separate node inside Nascent. So there will be a staff just for industry clients. So that will be a new service, if you wish, alongside the academic center. Yeah. So that's how we envision to be able to really build on this industry client base.
Okay. Any other question? Let me ask you. I think you've presented a very much systematic and detailed activity plan, and I got the impression, but I would like to know your reaction about this, that maybe sometimes you may miss the so-called soft actions. I mean, actions oriented to the social system, to the social, cultural, institutional system, which are more related with the institutional and social sustainability of the organization. I mean, actions oriented for public support, social legitimation of the organization, even group or community accountability procedures, participatory actions with the public or parts or sectors of the public. And I would like to know, how do you react towards this comment?
Yeah. That's a very, very valid point, I think, yes. We never really thought of this because we are part of a university, so we are part of the culture of the university, and we work with other universities that all have the same culture. So that's not something that we have thought of doing to develop our own culture and But maybe we should indeed to really gather more national support from funders. That's a good point. Yeah, I think that's something I will take out of this discussion. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Ludwig, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Now we are moving to Carla's presentation. So I'll give you the floor, Carla.
Thank you. Can you all hear me? Yeah? Okay, thank you. I will share my slides. Okay. Thank you for your introduction, of course. And I'm happy I can present my field project today to you all. I enjoyed it very much, the course, the complete course of Emory, and especially this field project. To explain my field project, I would like to introduce the Maastricht study to you, because it's maybe a little bit different than the other infrastructures. So the Maastricht study is a state-of-the-art, that's my pointer, state-of-the-art deep phenotypic cohort in Maastricht, so in the Netherlands, the southern part of the Netherlands. And this started in 2010. And what was the intention was a deep phenotyping of participants, and at this moment we have 10,000 participants in the cohort, and we phenotyped them for cardiovascular phenotype, lifestyle, chronic disease, central nervous system, public health, biomarkers, and we have a large biobank. And we do this all in the research center of the Maastricht study that is pictured over here. In the past 10 years, we focused on the research of these data, and our main goal was to look at the development and course of chronic disease. And of course, we created a lot of data, not only for us, but we wanted also to be an infrastructure for multidisciplinary research, and also, of course, for collaborative research. We did this together with national and international knowledge institutions, but also with business communities. And examples are the technological platforms that we used. The funding of our project, of the Maastricht study, was in part, so we started in 2010 with the funding of EFRO, that's a Dutch abbreviation for the European Fund of Regional Support, and after together with the province, the MUMC, that's the hospital and the university, and other funders. But the problem of this is that each time there is only funding for a couple of years. So the first part was a large one, but after that, each time there was small pieces of money. It was a lot of money, but for a couple of years, and that came along with a couple of uncertainties for the cohort itself as a project. Could we do the follow up? But of course, also uncertainties for the personnel we have, so the employment for more than 25 people, and the expertise we developed in this past 10 years. So we thought about how will we proceed, because after each period of funding, there was personnel that was going to other projects or whatever. So we have to think about how to proceed and how can we establish a more structural funding for both for our project. Let me say it like that. So the field project itself is about sustainability, and that's where we started from. We used a couple of methodologies So first we started with a matrix custom and value proposition. After that, we did a market analysis, and we used the Canvas business model to look in more details about sustainability. So first, the matrix we made for the custom and value proposition. We did this together with Brightlands, Maastricht Health Campus. That's a company closely related to the university and the hospital. And it is meant to help researchers with business development, marketing, and communication. And together with them, we made this matrix. So above, you can see the lifestyle coaching to improve health, research infrastructure and methodology, and data and biomaterials. So these were the things we thought we have by our cohort. And next to that, we thought about some customers, so general public, GGD and MoVC. That's Dutch, sorry. But these are, the first one is a health service. And this is more related to social questions and components, also a knowledge infrastructure. We have the international governments, health insurance, large-scale employers, nutritional companies, and pharma. So we made this matrix, and the stars, I hope you can see them. One star is low impact in euros, so in finance or in social parts. 2 is medium, and 3 is high. And then, of course, you have to look at the implementation effort. And so the yellow is low implementation effort, orange is medium, and red is high. So then, of course, these are all interesting things, but for this field project, I focused on 2 parts, and that's the contract research for nutritional companies and for pharma, and on the health check, because these things we can offer with our research center, and that could be part of the for the solution of the sustainability of the whole cohort, of the cohort and the research center together. But now we want to focus in this field project on the sustainability of the research center itself. And to make it, I don't know, more complex or not, we call it the Medical Research Facility Maastricht, not to have too much overlap to the cohort study we already have. So what should this medical research facility do? We want still to assess health and disease by measuring a lot of phenotyping in individuals. And we want to do that for research by academia or by industry. And on the other hand, we can offer health checkup. Why do we think this research facility is important or can perform these phenotyping for these purposes? Is we think we have high quality of examinations, we have qualified personnel, we have a high number of several techniques, we can do high throughput, we have a very efficient planning, we are flexible, and this combination of characteristics is unique, I think, for such a research facility. After this matrix analysis and starting with the medical research facility, we did a market analysis. And first of all, we looked at the demographics and segmentation. And I will come back to this, but we think that there was no comparable facilities available in a 100-kilometer range in the Netherlands, and also not in Germany or Belgium that is closely related to Maastricht. So the target market, we have discussed that. That's everyone who is interested in the extensive phenotyping of participants or patients, whatever. So why do we think this is needed? For contract research, so if you look at academia or at industry, we think that they can use our facility without investment in highly qualified personnel. We have unique techniques and they don't have to invest in buildings. So we can offer that all for them. And for the health checkup, we think that it's interested for employees, for employers to get insight in their physical and mental health of their employees, so they can put effort in their sustainability of employment. With this health checkup, we want to focus on large-scale employers because we think that's, for now, that's more easy for us. But of course, we can do that on individual basis as well. So if we then look at the competition, that's related to the demographics, I think. These facilities are not offered in a wide range around Maastricht. But because, of course, there are facilities related to phenotyping, like hospitals, the university itself. There we have high core facilities, also in Maastricht, but they are highly specialized in one measurement. And there are other medical centers that offer health checkup. But still, we think we are unique in the combination of the number of measurements and the availability of time and place, so we can do high throughput. So if you then look to the barriers to entry for the possible competitors, if there are competitors, are the investment in new machinery. So that's extremely high. We use complex technologies, so you need highly qualified personnel. In the past 10 years, we have a lot of experience in logistics and high throughput. So we think that is interested as well, and is a barrier for the other competitors. We have a broad range of techniques. The location is at the Maastricht Health Campus. That's area around the hospital and university, and also medical companies are over there, like Medtronic. So that's interesting as well. It's a disadvantage and an advantage that we are still part of the hospital and university. For example, we can use the same suppliers and so on. And last but not least, we have this experience for 10 years in this field. So, and we have proven that we can do this. So that provides us a unique brand. So after this market analysis, we also made a canvas model. And we started with the canvas model of the Maastricht study itself, so before 2020. I will come back to this. And after that, we did that for the medical research facility of Maastricht. So that's after 2020. And as you can see here, I hope with the value proposition, it's still the same for the assessing human health and disease by the phenotyping, but the lower part is different. And the revenue streams, if you looked at the former slide, 95% of the revenues in the Maastricht study cohort, in the before 2020, was from the Maastricht study cohort, and we want to change that to 60% by increasing the amount of academia, industry, and large-scale employers. In more details, so the clients are changing from the cohort, the Maastricht study, to academia and industry and large-scale employers. The customers need, they don't have a dedicated infrastructure by themselves. They are interested in high quality and high throughput, and we think they should be located around Maastricht. what will be new for the customer relationships is that we can offer a tailor-made program. Until now, the most measurements are related to the cohort and Maastricht study, but we will invest in new equipment and new measurements. And we have to invest in the customer acquisition because that was not needed until now, but from now on we have to. And therefore we want to use also the communication channels. The website should be changed. We will use the university and hospital, of course, and the Maastricht Health Campus, the Brightland Maastricht Health Campus, who have many relations in Limburg, the southern part of the Netherlands, with industry and pharma. Moreover, we have to change the governance or the structure of the research facility and of the cohort of the Maastricht study. So I think there should be two governance structures. So the board of the medical research facility covers all the projects, including the Maastricht study cohort, but also the other projects as well. Until now, the steering of the research center was done by the Maastricht study cohort, of the management team of the Maastricht study cohort. So I think we have to change that. So what do we want to do? We want to perform this switch to the medical research center in 3 years. We started right now, but of course it is not finished. The support of the hospital and of the university is essential, and also of the Brightland Maastricht Health Campus. We have to take into account that the cohort of the Maastricht study is important as well, because the finance of the whole facility will still be largely dependent on the cohort, but we want to develop this sustainable facility. And in 2020, we started with a couple of projects not related to the Maastricht study itself. We started. So we started with a trial from the hospital. The trial was the application was from the hospital, but we do the analysis and the measurements. That's a vaccination program. We invested together with a manufacturer in new equipment, and this manufacturer want reference values for their new equipment. We also, together with the hospital, we did some COVID research for the hospital. So these are the projects we already started, but of course we want to do more in our facility. And thanks, by this I'm on trend, and I want to thank everyone, so the professors, but also the other students of the EMRIC, the Maastricht study, of course, and the management team, and especially Elisabetta for their support.
Thank you so much, Carla. Thank you. Now we'll have the discussion of the project. Let's start.
I think I can start, since I was the last mentioned in the presentation. No, thank you very much, Carla. I think it's a very interesting and also very challenging project, because what you're doing here is really to plan the survival of your research. I mean, your infrastructure, in the sense that you are planning for the future. Now, we have a plan now, and I would like to know if you already have some ideas on how you're going to implement it, and how you are sharing these with the board, and with also the other people that are working with you on this project and in your facility.
We are going to use the canvas as well.
Yes, I think so.
Explain it before.
There are several, I think, ways for this sustainability, and I'm especially interested in the research center. but other ones are more interested, for example, in the other matrix parts, for example, the data, the use of data by consortia or by pharma. So we are all together thinking about possibilities of sustainability. And each one in the management team from the Maastricht study cohort has now their specific interests, and I think that fits very well with our expertise. So yeah, it's really where we are working on right now, and part of because of this project, but also because of we got some money from the province, and one of the things we have to promise is that we will deliver sustainability both for the cohort as for the research center, and also on social impact. And we had to promise, of course, a lot because we got this money. But that is really something we are working on right now. Yeah, that's the only thing I can say. Yeah.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Licinio, me?
Yes, of course, Marcus.
It's more a comment rather than a question. First of all, congratulations, Carla. I think what you have shown is that diversification of services and generating different income is one of the key points in the question of sustainability. You have very nicely shown that with the original cohort and the research done along the cohort, that this is essential and it has to go on. But the expertise you have acquired during that process can now be used for other services. And you have shown that even at a very local level, this is working very nicely. So thank you very much for showing that, because this can indeed be a showcase, as others have said, how existing local research infrastructures with a great knowledge, a great expertise can actually increase their customers, offer the services to other clients. So that's a great example. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Any more questions or comments? Well, if not, we may move to the...
Congratulations, Carla. Very, very good.
Yes, thank you, Carla. Congratulations for your work. And now we are moving to the presentation by Nicola. So I give you the floor.
Okay. Can you hear me and can you see my presentation?
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. So, first of all, I'm very pleased to make this final presentation of my field project. Like the title of it is Defining Action and Strategy to Develop a National Genomics Competence Center toward a National Infrastructure. As the tutor was Professor Marafiotti. And without waiting, I jump first into the first slide. So for the background, I wanted to remind what is genomics. So the definition of genomics is the branch of molecular biology concerned with the structure, function, evolution, and mapping of genome. So concretely, what does it mean? It means that in genomics, we are studying how genome, which is transcribed to RNA, translated to proteins and to metabolome. How does that influence the genome? The importance of this study field is genomes has a lower complexity compared in the rest of system biology. What that means exactly? That means that genomes are usually with lower complexity and with less regulatory mechanisms than RNA, proteins, or metabolites, meaning also that they are a good base for life science, as modification of genomes or change of genomes are usually observed directly into phenotypes of an organism. So concretely, how did we develop national genomic centers in order to provide genomic services to academy? We had a foundation of research from Germany called DFG, who supported 4 centers as well as a coordination unit in order to provide genomic service to all the users in Germany. So the foundation invested in instruments for the 4 centers, in personnel for all the centers, and also organized an annual call for genomic projects. Here, the idea behind that was that most of the projects which are normally funded by the research foundation tends to have low budget, meaning that the user don't really have the capacity to perform ambitious genomic studies. However, one of the issue of this, or one of the specificity of this kind of fundings, is that the structure would be limited in time. So the very first work that I did into this project field was better describing organization of the structures. The aim here is to refine like the aim and the vision, but also adjust the development of the priority into the structures and drive a more homogeneous communication between the centers and the users. Together with our colleagues, we put it together the need of sequencing platform. So this was basically a study that we made with other members of other centers, which we tried to highlight what are the specificity of the sequencing platform. And we came out with 5 major steps, which are the design of the experiment, the isolation of DNA or RNA, preparation of DNA, but also sequencing and genomic data process, which are unique, require different personnel specialization, also require different instrumentation and structures. Interestingly, when we went more in the detail of this study, we also found that a couple of steps such as experimental design or data processing, they are not only for genomic sequencing centers, but they are in general for technology-based platforms. So we then consulted our users and also the faculty members, and we discussed with them on a one-to-one discussion how do they see the need of core facility at the faculty, so locally. And the response that came from them were relatively homogeneous and could be categorized in 6 different parts around development of method, but also production, quality standards of the genomics data, central structures with clear and transparent contact, access to innovation of technology, and also education. So based on this reach out, we made a small seminar at the Faculty of Medicine where we promoted not only our model as a genomic centers, but also the implementation of this model in different core facility, which could be around proteomics or around different kind of technological service. We then got the opportunity to discuss also with the founders, how do they see the importance of the national competence center, so not the genomic services locally, but the services nationwide. And for them, their view cuts relatively well, like the original concept, on which a particular interest should be put into the public outreach and teaching, strategy and science, the technology and production, statistics and computing, and also data management and production. So we decided with all the other with all the other genomic centers involved into this project to perform what we call the special interest group. So these are groups of 4 to 8 people, which is coordinating by a core facility in another city in Germany, in Cologne, where a group of people meet every month to discuss main issues and try to report the output of this issue either in white paper or on different social medias. So in the second part of my work, I then analyze the organization of the structure and operations. So here the idea was to define and communicate the specificity of the NGS Competence Center from Tübingen within the national competence centers. And most specifically, our aim was to improve the communication inside but also outside of the network, to direct user in expert centers, better identifying the specialty of each center, and to attract relevant researcher as well as collaboration. So here, what comes out of this analysis is a bit similar to what we originally planned for. The positioning of the competence center of Tübingen is around mainly genomic health, with very strong focus currently on medical bioinformatics, but also oncology and rare disease. There is another cluster of study on microbial communities for translational medicine and microbial ecology, which is performed in a separate institute than the one from genomic health. There is also an interest into model systems from all the institutes which are involved into the NGS Competence Center in Tübingen. And we have a quite strong bioinformatic data center, which is continually building up with a lot of expertise on analysis, infrastructure, and methods and strategy for the harmonization. So based on that, we invited our colleagues from the central units in order to discuss the strengths and the weakness of our centers compared to the others. There, what comes out of this study and what was also reported to the funding agency is in Tübingen, there is a strong expertise which is focused on different institutes, meaning that there are clear allocation of tasks and clear development in the city on the different genomic specialties. That we have very strong bioinformatics and we have a quite advanced data management system. But the weakness was that except diagnostic pipeline, which are developed within the university clinic, there are no focused developments toward biological studies. And one of the weaknesses is also the limited automation part, meaning slow production times and also like low capacity of the centers compared to the instrumentation which are there. So based on that, we build up opportunities by strong connection with the local machine learning teams, and also toward clinical genomics in the development. Based on the limitation of the automation, we also requested more funds, and we also invested money for developing order entry for the management of the facility, but also automation for the handling of samples. So there's a thread where more the continuity due to the limited project, the financing of the current novel technology and not the one which was funded by the agency, and also the infrastructure maintenance.
Nicola, sorry, we don't see your face. I think your webcam is closed.
Oh, I'm sorry. You only see my screen, right?
We are seeing the slides.
Okay.
I don't see your face. Just open the webcam.
I'm sorry. I try to open the webcam. Yeah, can you see me?
Yes. Okay.
Thank you. So in order to process for the continuation and the investment, we decided to also study in our key performance indicators what are the parts we are doing currently good and what are the parts we could improve. And there, what we noticed that since the year, the price is relatively attractive in our facilities. But interestingly, the method which are the most used, so here RNA-seq, is not the methods which are bringing the more samples to the facility. What does it mean? It means that we are collecting a lot of small projects, which takes a lot of our time and which don't bring a lot of money to the facility. There, the opposite, we saw that genome sequencing, despite being very few projects, bring a lot of sample. So there, continuing developing this pipeline would bring more samples and also more funds to the facility and for like a lower investments in resources. So based on this data, we decided to update or upgrade our communication models. And we broke down our communication in 4 different categories. What is the support, the communication, the development, and the data management. And to make this slide a bit short, one of the major weaknesses we pointed out is the low visibility we had. So we decided with the other competence centers to build up a portal which is called Profile, which helps scientists to find speciality into the competence centers, but also researchers who are working with the core facility who might have common interest or common procedures. Another point also which was a bit undeveloped was, as I said, the automation. So because we had a strong data management based on the software OpenBIS, which allowed us to build up a portal for exchange of data, we decided also to use the same background and build up what we call a laboratory management systems in order to be able to better communicate to the user when are the samples arrived, how far are they processed, and also document a couple of laboratory data that currently they don't really have access to. So the final part of the work I made is about the perspective of the sequencing center. Here we wanted to identify the limitation of the framework and we wanted to continue building based on the strengths of our network. So the limitation of the National Competence Center in a way is very similar to a classical small and medium business enterprise. Here we look at different perspectives from the productivity, from the processes, from the operational costs, the managing the uncertainty, which is a good point in research, improving the speed to market, creating like new products, increasing the business growth, keeping the path of competition, retaining our users, and increasing the profitability. And we identify that due to the limited time we have in this project, the biggest risk here is the personnel. Because without more fundings, we would have less personnel available. And there we saw that the problem would be definitely on improving the speed to market and creating innovative product with much less personnel. So in order to tackle that, we went back to the classic of genomics. And we identified, as it was identified in the early 2000s, that genome projects that we would like to build up are mainly contributing not only to basic biology, which for us doesn't really work well, as I explained with the RNA sequencing, but contribute also a lot to genomic to health and genomic to society. So we published a concept with our institute, on which we promoted that the genome sequencing can contribute to healthcare and to global health. So it's since several years now, there are many studies which show that in the context of healthcare, sequencing the genome of an individual is a cost-efficient performance because it allows with one single measurement to have a lot of readouts concerning rare disease, for example, but also different fields such as pharmacogenomics or such as, for example, oncology. The problem of this kind of study is they require very large scales to be analyzable, and they require many training data. So we see genomics in medicine as an opportunity to continue developing the research infrastructures, and also by being built into the concept of healthcare, attracting some fundings. So based on that, we decided to try to tackle what are the most common issues which are coming in such kind of projects. And similarly, what comes out of this analysis is that similar issues are seen in most of the technical projects. They are around organization of the project with a legal frame, a cultural aspect with, for example, the resistance of medical doctors to change their methodology. And there are some technical issues, for example, on the data protection, which is very relevant in whole genome sequencing. And also some scientific issues, which are around training and capacity, but also the logistic of the sample. So based on that, we look in our strengths and conceptualize some specific solution for our core facility and for our competence center. And we decided, based on the specific interest group I presented earlier, to focus on the scientific logistic. So there, we needed to test our solution and convince stakeholders that this will work. So due to the pandemic on COVID-19, we had the opportunity to use these structures that had the advantage to be implemented very fast as we were working on it. And we gave the opportunities to researchers to investigate viral genomes, immune response in host and host genetics. And this scaled up very fast, where almost 80 members joined us almost immediately, and where we could generate several hundred of data sets within a couple of months. So now our point is to be convincing with our data that we can scale that up to genomic health.
You have to finish, Nicolas.
So the key learning of this presentation is the description of the organizatory structure. So for us, it's a strong know-how in genetic diagnostic. The analysis of the organization structure operation, where we realize that we need to build tools to centralize the logistic and the communication, and the perspective of the sequencing center, which is towards the genomic health. Sorry that I have a bit of delay, and
no problem.
Take some questions.
Thank you so much, Nicolas, for your presentation. Now the floor is open to questions.
May I?
Yes, of course.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Nicolas, for your very interesting and I would say also well-organized presentation, particularly because the topic is rather complex for non-scientists, let's say. Well, no, it's not a question. I would like just to understand a little bit more how you work at the knowledge level, because it's clear that the extension of the scope is also generating a very relevant impact on boosting knowledge. So I was, if you can add some details about either mechanism or anything that you put in place or you have in plan to put in place to really boost knowledge and advancement of innovation in this sense, that I think it's very key in a project like this.
Well, I totally agree. I think there in this kind of project, one of the major dangers is as it's very at the border between basic research and services. We need to keep like solid publication tracks and on the same time develop a lot of infrastructure. So there we have to rely on a strong institute performing research where we can also like show our concept and our knowledge. I think the best output we can reach is like pushing publication from our colleagues and our institutes toward applications and toward conferences. So here the idea is reaching out a group of people who might already be aware of solution, but who might not have a logistic ready to start. And the beauty of being on a like multi-center, multi-core facility is that even if you reach out people who are not directly relevant for your research, you can still insert them in the pipeline from other core facility to whom their specific research match a bit better. And the idea of being into a system is they bring also their friends or their colleagues. And like this is like a wheels, like the more people you involve into it, the more feedback you get, and the more scientists get involved, bring projects, and bring also money for the infrastructure.
Okay, more questions and comments?
May I make a comment, Licinio?
Yes, of course, Enrico.
Nicolas, as we've seen also from previous projects, it is important when you have new development of one core facilities to estimate some kind of financial plans and investments related to the development of this center. So I wonder why you have not just performed the second part of your analysis to present this development plan also with some estimation of figures and financial numbers, right? Because this is, my question is related to the governance issues, because I remember this is a center embedded within a university. So you need to discuss this with the governance body of the university as well. And not just the strategic part, but also the financial plan.
Yes, definitely. I was already a bit afraid that the scope is already so bright that that's covering too many points made the things a bit confusing. So there on the strategy, definitely, as you mentioned, so we work on budgeting. So we have so of course we have like short-term budgeting and mid-term budgeting. There I wanted more to raise the issue about like the long-term budgeting, because these kind of pilots that we run on like a very short-term grants are like project which costs like several million euros of budget, and they are a bit, how to say that, they are very short terms. These projects, these are like opportunities of big projects which comes where you already need to have a very good concept. When this project comes, how many managers do I need? How many technicians do I need? And how much do I want to reinvest into equipment and into infrastructures? And we presented in the fifth module the idea of like how do you make project cost and how do you budgetize. And there I spoke a bit that we have like a percentual that we are using in collaboration with the faculty. So the faculty agree that when this kind of large projects comes, we have such much of percentage for personnel, that much of percentage for equipment, and of course overhead. Does that answer your question?
Thank you.
Thank you. More questions, comments?
I have a question for Nicolas.
Yes, Marcella.
It was really interesting what you said about the profiles, the networking software. Could you tell us a little bit more about it?
Yeah, so the networking software is a concept which was built up into the coordination unit, and the main issue is it's always the same issue on services. Who are the different partners with whom I can do service, and where is their real focus and publication? So ideally, user, when they would search for a service provider in genetics, they would love to have authorities from the sequencing center for validation of data. So they want to have users who have solid database behind them, who can validate the data on different cores, and who can connect bioinformatic groups together with biologists. And the idea behind that is, so it's basically neuronal systems where you build core. I think the ideas behind it is copied from what they call the Harvard study. So this is a node of Facebook, where by connecting people, their publication, and their co-workers, and by bringing manual input into it, you learn more and more who is working with whom on which kind of topics.
Okay. Is it implemented already, or are you working on that?
So there is a pilot version of it which is running. It's focused on the University of Köln right now, and I think they limited very much the node because they have to make a lot of manual adjustments that the machine learning starts. So right now they are focusing on a few profiles. I think they have only 80 profiles right now. And they would like to scale it up to all the profile of the centers, what would be roughly 300 to 400%.
Right. Thank you, Nicola.
I will share the slide, and there is a reference of it if you want to play a bit with it.
Okay. Any more questions, comments? Okay, if not, thank you, Nicola. Congratulations for your work. And before Maria Luisa or Enrico closes this session of the morning, I would like to thank you all, candidates and colleagues, of course. It was a pleasure to chair this second chair in the so good intellectual atmosphere. And congratulations to you all. I wish you the best for your future professional projects, and I hope we can meet all together in the future. Really meeting, I mean, not with this intermediation of the technology, which anyway, it was absolutely necessary so that we could finish the second edition of the course. Thank you.
Thank you, Licinio. Thank you very much for your chairing this session, your continued contribution. I would say that these tools, internet tools like WebEx, Zooms, are like a sort of garbage can organization.
Yeah, sure. Sure.
All the candidates
we don't hear you.
I also wish to thank Licinio and all the candidates that really presented in such a professional way their project. I enjoyed very much listening, and I must say that we are very proud of the success actually of this project, because all the candidates really demonstrated that they had benefit from the lessons of the master, and they really applied what they learned in the field project in the real life. So thank you very much for all the work that have been done. Now it's time for lunch, and I think that we can reconvene at 2:00 p.m. sharp for the third session that will be chaired by Elisabetta Marafiotti. So goodbye and have a nice lunch.
Bye-bye.
See you later.
Bye-bye. See you later.
See you
Bye-bye.
again.
Thanks.
In an hour.
See you later.
Have a good lunch.
See you later.
Bye.
See you.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you. Bye.